All right, now I think we're live. I think we're live. I'm really confused because before I had this cool two screen transition thing, and now it's gone. Now what I see is what I get,
Sweet.
which is mysterious. All right, so I was just asking if you had anything you wanted to chat about, or any cool stuff happen. And I guess
we could chat
none of
about
us had
Blades,
cool stuff
but
happen.
Not a huge amount.
But the coolest thing this week is I finally got my hands on the actual book for this game. So.
Nice. Yeah.
Well,
I had the PDF, but having physical copies is fun.
It is.
Easier to read.
I already talked about why I'm not a huge fan of physical copies. That might have been in the Blades channel.
And that's why in the actual apocalypse, you won't have any games to play.
You're not wrong.
I'll just hack old versions.
Well,
of
no, I'll
Werewolf.
have the best game to play. I have my Burning Wheel book, so that's all I need. You know how long Burning Wheel games can last.
True.
I'll just play that forever.
Have plenty of free time. Just rewrite them from memory.
Yeah. I'll just design my own game in the apocalypse.
The apocalypse game.
No. Escapism. You're going to want to design your game to be like, the 1990s.
It's going to be like the 1950s, like almost like you are each player character is a member of like a stereotype. It's going to be called Dinner Table.
I want to be the doc.
I just want to know what I have to roll to keep drinking whiskey in the middle of the day and not seem drunk.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I think we're live.
Let me check.
Sure. I think we should be live.
If we're live.
I feel like we ought to be live.
We are probably live.
I know, I'm live.
Oh, yeah. We're good.
Yep.
All right.
We are.
Whenever your computer does something strange, you have to go like, I think it's working? Oh, yeah.
It's like figure skating. You just shrug it off and keep going, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So,
that's how it works.
Yeah, I think Blades is the only thing that we could talk about. Are you guys in any Blades games?
I have played actual Blades once with you. Other than that, I've played some drifts of Blades.
Hacks?
Yeah.
How have you played? What was the one? Not Blades Against Darkness, the other popular one, the space opera Blades hack. That's the one I really want to get into. At some point, but I didn't buy it yet. That's the one I'm really interested in, honestly, because Strauss Strauss is helping John design the game, like regular Blades, and wrote some of the like moves and rules and special abilities.
Mm-hmm.
So they probably know it better than anyone except John himself. So I really want to get into that. What is it called? I knew it, and I lost it. I'll go find it. I'm in a regular weekly game on Mondays. So far, it's going really well. Honestly.
It's Scum and Villainy, by the way.
Scum and Villainy, yes. I was looking at that is precisely what I want to end up. I started a while back with. I have a Friday group, basically. We can talk about my Monday group, but anyways, I want Scum and Villainy because we used to play a Star Wars game, but I don't like the Final Fantasy Flight Star Wars games, Fantasy Flight games. Star Wars games. The mechanics are well designed in a vacuum. As in, none of the mechanics feed into each other in any way, and they don't feel like they mesh at all. And it feels more. It doesn't feel like each mechanic feeds into the rest almost ever. So I didn't like it. Like, the crafting system was really good and really extensive, and I have no idea why there's a really good and really extensive crafting system in a Star Wars game where you don't really see that happen.
No, man, you gotta make
Often.
your own lightsaber.
Yeah, there isn't that. That's not. There are very few lightsabers specific. It's mostly guns and armor.
Okay,
modding.
well, they kind of missed the ball then. Like, every extended universe book I read, like, someone's making a lightsaber.
Exactly.
They kind of whiffed pretty hard on that one, huh?
Yeah, that was a...
There, you can still modify lightsabers, but that's only one of the things. It's less building building something is part of it, but for the most part, modifying equipment is the main jam of this mechanic. Basically, there's 3 tiers. The item, then you can give attachments to that item. Then, and the attachments are static and they have slots, and you have like certain points per item that you can, and each item takes a certain number of points. But then those attachments themselves, you can make a skill check or do a couple of things to improve and change those attachments, and that's how you tweak the whole thing. And each time you do that, you can do it multiple times on the same attachment, give it like a buff or improvement that's permanent, but you get closer and closer to breaking the whole thing. It's really well designed. It doesn't feel at all Star Warsy, in my opinion. And I was looking for
I think that's sort of a needed thing when you're in a group with a Jedi, though. Like, you need something to be really badass when you're just a ground pounder, you know?
Yeah, it's like you gotta...
Well,
build your own
lightsabers
droids.
basically ignore all armor anyways, and that's a really big deal.
Yeah, but it's like being... It's the old problem of being the fighter in a party with an OP wizard. Like, you become irrelevant at some point when you're just the guy with the blaster pistol, and the Jedi now can do battle meditation and throw things across the room and all this other nonsense.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the problem with the Final Fantasy flight with FFG Star Wars games, because everyone has, maybe not force abilities, but everyone has an equal amount of power, basically. I don't think that's an issue, because the way it works for progression and everything like that, everyone gets experience, which they spend not as levels, but just they spend it on special abilities directly.
Yeah, it's all skill tree stuff.
It's all skill tree stuff. And so basically, if you want to get special force powers as a Jedi, you got to spend it on special force powers instead of other stuff. And so if you're really good at force powers, you're awful at anything else. And so I don't know if... I think that's probably one of the best Star Wars games that deals with the balance between non-force and force users. It's not one. They're the same, basically. But they don't really affect each other in terms of that character tree. The skill trees and the items don't really affect each other at all. There are like 3 out of the hundreds of skills. There are like 3 of them that affect item modifications. They're all in the same tree too, so you have to take that specific tree. It's very strange. Yeah, I went into it with my group expecting a movie experience, and I didn't find that. And so I think I might go into Scum and Villainy, and it will be more cinematic if it's based off of Blades. That's for sure, because Blades is designed with like flashbacks and things like that in mind, so that'll help.
But is Star Wars a heist movie?
No, but I don't want...
I mean, did you see Rogue One?
Rogue One is a heist movie.
I thought Rogue One was a war
make
movie,
an
not a heist
argument
movie.
that Jedi is a heist movie, kind of. But the rest of them
The shield
aren't.
Generator part could be.
The rest of them really aren't heist movies.
No.
But Scum and Villainy isn't necessarily heist centric. It's mission centric.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, but that whole thing about like
Well,
mechanics creating the genre.
it's all about, I think,
It's
the
still
crew
using-
playbook is the important part.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
The crew playbook and what actions you can do, because like there's a Vigilantes crew playbook that's in development, so you can actually beat good guys in the Blades world. And then depending on what actions you have available and what the crew playbooks are available in Scum and Villainy will, of course, determine what the game is about. Because if you only get crew XP for doing awful for stealing things, for example, then you're gonna steal things a lot. So I think that will be a big factor.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to reading the final Blades book. I've been like, I kind of went thumbs down on it, but like I'm giving the final copy a chance to change my mind. So
it's going to be very. Let's see. Here we go. I'm putting it. The Sith Master posted in the Blades. Like Sith Master used to be the GM for the Blades. He stepped down because he's super busy, but he's still involved in the Discord chat. So here's some stuff and a Google Plus link about in the main game compared to the version that we have now. The things that are staying the same are the core mechanics, like the ways action works, fortune roll works, resistance rolls work.
okay.
The gameplay procedure and the payoff process and the setting material are staying the same. The things that are changing, though, bunch of special abilities, cohorts, the way they work, entanglements, engagements. There's going to be expanded setting. The faction game is going to be detailed. Gather information is now a free activity. I don't know how the details of that. It doesn't take a downtime action anymore.
Oh, thank God.
It's different. I'm looking forward to that because my character is fully like I have like 2 or 3 abilities about. I have a lot of gathering info stuff. I think we have 2 crew like assets that buff gather info, and I took an ability that makes it so when I gather info, I can up the entire tier of success by 1 from fail to the worst I can roll is a success with cost. So that's cool.
Interesting.
So a bunch of the I would call it the spokes are changing. Not quite rim level stuff. Well, the rim's changing. The spokes and rim are changing. The hub is the same.
I mean, the big thing for me was I found the way that the mechanics were described also like wasn't clear enough to like really communicate to everybody how to use them. Like it's really like not just the mechanics, but like the actual production quality of the final book that's going to help sway me.
Yeah, well, things like gameplay examples aren't there right now. Things like that, like there are very few, so that will help a huge amount. And that's it took me weeks to properly learn how to play Blades. For the first while, especially because I was playing a spider, aka the guy who thinks of everything,
aka the
prepares in advance.
Playbook in the game.
I was trying to prepare for everything in advance as a player too, which I shouldn't have done.
No,
and had to not do that. Playing a spider, it's hard, but it's good. My character is. So have you watched the latest Blades?
No.
You saw. Okay. There's some exposition given on the world. I think it was actually not the latest. It was the one before that, episode 8. He talks about Kotar. My character wants to become the next Kotar, which is basically like the god, effectively.
Oh, of course. Of course, the god of the Blades universe would be a.
Oh, he's not a real. There's like
the thief god?
It's like a. No, there are artifacts of Kotar in the world.
Okay.
There's the eye. There's rumored to be more, but there's definitely the eye, the hand, and the heart of Kotar.
How many feet wide is the eye?
I don't know. I've only encountered the hand so far, and it looks like a normal hand. Well, a normal like statue, like petrified hand.
Okay.
It nearly killed him just touching it, but he wants to use all 3 artifacts to basically become the next Kotar, and
it's usually a bad idea, but good luck.
Ha! My character. The thing about my character is he's mean, is good at pretending to be nice, and his ambition is effectively limitless. So he is not.
Why become Katar when you could become the next thing better than Katar?
So far, there isn't anything. Here we go. With the heart, he made all demons bow to his will. That's just one artifact. With the eye, he saw beyond the void to the worlds outside the darkness. Those are the two quotes from John in episode 8. And then the hand, it wasn't a quote, but he just said it was something to do with great physical strength. So,
yeah,
things like that. My character has already encountered them. I got a trauma, and so I decided my character became obsessed with those artifacts, and so now I know why. He wants to use them to become eventually a deity.
All right.
It's gonna be.
Well, good luck with that.
I look forward to watching him probably fail. Probably fail. He's a spider. He's good at thinking, but if he does succeed, he also wouldn't ever. That'd be like probably the end of the campaign. If it would definitely.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it works.
Yeah, worst case scenario, it works.
All right. So with that, let's make other things work with the Apocalypse World thing.
We shall see how things go.
Do we want to? So here's the thing, right? Like the book says that the move to update our stats is an optional one. Like our update highlights is optional.
Highlight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see no reason not to.
So let's do it.
I was going to say, do you want to turn down experience?
No, I mean, you keep your old highlights until they're changed.
What does it say? Does it say you keep them until the end of the session? Or does it say you just change them each time?
Let me find the exact wording. But in the meantime, go ahead and let's do the highlights thing.
Yeah. Let's start with highlights before anything else. There are other stuff that... Well, we have highlights. We have lifestyle. And now we have breaking news. Or breaking now, I believe.
Yeah, we have that.
Yes, we do. I like... See... Do we want to go in blind and do highlights before breaking now? Or do we want to go in... I think I'm going to let... Yeah, you guys can choose. Do you want to go in blind?
Well, I mean, I have to roll for breaking now. So,
you do? Okay, never mind.
It's a highlighted stat, I'd like the experience.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think you had to roll. I thought it was just ask.
No, it's
My monitor's
it
correct.
It gives me more people to ask if I roll high. Like I'll always ask at least once, but
Okay. I thought it was 3 always. All right. So let's highlight first. As a heads up, I think we're probably going to have a short time skip. The first scene is going to be Haas's judgment. I'm assuming that you guys probably dragged him before Fleece. So that's going to be the first scene. Well, 2 of you guys. Kim went back into doctoring. And then the only other scene I can think of is Kim finding, looking into who broke into her office, her doctor's office, clinic. After that, I'm expecting, it's not definite at all, of course, being powered by Apocalypse, I'm expecting a short time skip. Just probably a few days, maybe a week.
Mm-hmm.
So, just letting you guys know.
sounds good.
Cool. Who wants to go first for highlights?
You know what? I'm tied on both ends, so I will wait and see who doesn't get to pick, and I'll pick that person.
Okay.
Alright.
So, you'll go last.
Oh, it's right. It's whoever has the highest hex with you. Right?
Yeah.
Whoever you have the highest hex with.
Whoever you have the highest hex with.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever on your sheet, name them. I think it was different before. Now it's this.
Yeah, it used to be whoever had the highest hex with you, but now it's more your sheet centric.
Yeah, it's easier to figure out.
It is.
Alright, I'll go first, I guess. So where's my effects?
Should be on the right side of the sheet, right below
There
harm.
it is.
First thing and other.
So I guess it's Whisk.
Okay. I want you to be weird.
Alright.
Weird.
Weird. Shawarma. I'll be shawarma tonight.
Yeah.
Good. Good. I'm glad. All right. Grigsby, you got me.
Well, I'm thinking that Kim, you're gonna get experience from being hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it turned out I have the same highlights as last session.
All right.
Your
Yeah,
plan
Let's
is
see.
correct.
I gotta pick for Whisk. I think I'll go hard as well. I want to see some shit kick off in this
I was
session.
gonna go weird. Okay, I have to go hard and weird for everyone. So
I mean, we can
could.
Well,
start having psychic fights all over the place.
psychic fights.
Gonna punch a tulpa.
You know what? Let's go full violence with Whisk. You're not only going to get XP from being hard, you're
Tulpa.
also going to get XP from cool.
Okay.
So, all the violence.
All right, and Kim, go ahead and give me a.
See you being
Stat.
sharp.
All right, I like it.
I want to see some more hunches or trance drawings, so I'm going to pick weird.
Weird. Sharp and weird.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one nice thing that does is gives me an experience right off the bat for rolling breaking now, because I roll sharp for that.
I thought you might. Do we want to do
So-
lifestyle first?
Yeah, let's do lifestyle.
Yeah.
I will pay my 2 and probably get into trouble later for not having enough, but I'm paying my 2. Because I read the book and saw what happens when you don't pay, and fuck that.
Yep.
So, you owe Fifi to barter.
I have a thing. I might be able to do a thing.
Yeah, I know. That's again. This is pretty immediate. In terms of this session starting pretty immediately after the last one. I think that fictionally, during the time skip, if it happens, that's when most of this will go down.
Yeah.
So you're paying 2. So you're good. And then Kim, you're paying a barter. You did get some.
Yeah, I pay a bar. I'm fine.
Sweet. So all good. Everyone is protected normally. All right. Then I guess we open with breaking now.
All right.
So what does it look like? Do we see this is all whatever I answer goes live. So do we actually open with like a broadcast?
I think like just setting the scene. I think we see like dawn breaking behind the rig, and like Grigsby's voice in a voiceover as he begins his news announcements for the day.
All right.
And let's see how many. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, that's all 3. All right. So first of all, because I knew I was going to do this, what's Dremmer up to? That bastard.
So Dremmer is. Let's see
Actually,
here.
where is he and what is he up to?
Where is he and what is he up to? Okay, Dremmer himself is at the vents, the hotspot. What he is up to, I think that Dremmer actually has recently started. I guess his he leads the Heat Cult, so his sermons have changed tact as of recently, and he has now started denouncing what he calls false heat, that like heat that isn't natural, like his is. So,
oh boy, you can't have Hank
yeah.
Hill and propane.
So he started just basically any like even burning wood is not really considered great because fire like burning wood is okay. And I think he probably explicitly called out like the rig and the fact that he calls oil like the like blood
bastard gas.
blood taken from the wound in the earth. Like yeah, that's what you'd call it. So
Okay.
he is not a fan of the rig.
All
Just
right.
not even the people in it, just as a structure.
Okay. Two others. This is the thing. It's a double-edged sword. I don't want to go too local because then I just piss people off that can get to me right away.
But if you're just far away, and all you do is piss off people who's gonna come get you.
Yeah, but they'd have to come get me. See it coming. Well, I know Grigsby knows that he's been a problem. So yeah, what's Bean up to? What's he up to?
Bean is continuing, and I think this maybe you announce this as a warning to the people locally. Bean is anyone who is seen as like I guess strongly associated with the wood stove. A couple people have been ambushed and not killed or any not even not I don't think even beaten up too badly, but assaulted basically. The employees I don't think have been because they're part of they know how to take care of themselves is the thing. But usually Bean and like a couple of his goons have continued to go around and make his opinions on the wood stove known to the people loyal to it.
Okay.
So now everyone knows that, basically,
Yep.
instead of just Kim and a couple others.
Oh, and the third one. You know, I think the third one's just an update on Fifi. Where is she and how's she doing?
Nice. Maybe Fifi is actually recovering fairly well. I think that Sibel occasionally leaves her side. Maybe this update is like you actually have an interview with Sibel as an update.
Just as an aside, did you purposely pick Sibel as a name for a shepherd? Sibel Shepherd?
No, that doesn't actually.
Okay.
I don't know that reference.
Sybil Shepherd? You don't know the actress name?
No.
Okay. Happy accident.
Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry, I was googling it. Nope, just a coincidence. Fifi is getting along nicely. It's only been a couple days since she was injured, a day or two. But I guess it seems, I guess maybe Kim has made the announcement after taking care of her. She'll be, I guess, able to walk without ripping stitches in about a week. So she's doing better, but she's not going to be like fully active for a while. But she's expected to eventually make a full recovery. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a cult leader denouncing the rig and everything it stands for. A jump mama's boy going around talking smack about the wood stove, and Fifi's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
All right.
All in all, your standard fare.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I think it might be the next morning. That might just be happening from a pre-recorded news broadcast, while the real Grigsby, the current Grigsby and Kim have, I believe, not Kim, sorry, and Whisk have both dragged Haas to Felice's. So it's just you two. Haas is completely like compliant. Felice and Mercer, I think Mercer let you inside, and when he saw how big of a deal this was, he's there inside with you two and had someone else watch the door. And then does Felice have like a second command? This could like Mercer's more her bodyguard than second in command.
Probably
I think we
Radar.
had. I think Radar's there. All right, yeah, because we talked about this. Felice had some seconds in command.
Yeah, Radar and Mash.
Radar and Mash. I think they're both there. And then, yeah, if they're not there, she would have called them to decide this. Haas is quietly with you guys. What do you guys do? Are your gangs with you? Or did you send them back?
Now, can you split up a gang and if you mechanically, if you say like some of my gang is there, what happens to the mechanics of the gang?
If it's like if it's more than if it's enough people, it'll still be a small gang. Like that's fine. Almost never would the it's
All right.
They don't have to all be there. Just
So I'd say there's like enough of them that we don't have to screw around with mechanics, but not the
all,
whole.
but enough to still be a small gang.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's still this place is crowded with if that's happening.
I mean, they
Whisk
can
is
wait
there.
outside. Like they don't have to be in
They
the
do
room
wait
with us.
outside. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a small crowd of like 20 to 25 people outside between both of your gangs.
Mhm.
Okay. So what do you do? How do you explain the situation to Felice? You are led in by Mercer, who follows you inside. One of you is like holding, or maybe both of you are holding Felice roughly, but he's perfectly compliant. He's just sort of passive and silent. And I think, yeah, Felice is there, probably in the middle of like a meeting with Mash and Radar, and then she turns and just says, "What's this?"
We caught this some bitch with what was his name? Dogmeat?
Dogmeat went missing first, then Kettle.
Yeah, with
What?
Dogmeat and Kettle
Yeah.
locked up in the basement below the growing. I don't know what you call it. The greenhouse.
I have it as what I have is called the Grow Lab.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we caught this dude with Dogmeat and Kettle tied up under the grow lab. Had some fucked up science shit going on with him.
She
Yeah,
looks
I
at
think-
you, Grigsby. Yeah.
And I think Grigsby like looks at Fleece and says, "Turns out Dogsmeat is alive. I guess you could call it alive. Haas here has had some, let's just say, some extracurricular activities down in the grow labs.
What do you mean? Are they like tortured?
I don't know if I can quite explain myself, but it looks like
Are they still down there? Did you guys leave them, or
I think Kim was taking care of them. So
I thought Kim left to doctor
Oh, okay.
doctor work.
Yeah, I left them, but if you guys just want to say you dropped them off,
We probably left like a good portion of like.
Yeah,
the
you
gang-
might have left some people to
Yeah.
watch them.
and I think Grigsby just says, whatever Haas has been doing down there, well, it might be natural, but it's certainly not natural. And I think like he grabs Haas and like shoves him forward and says, "Tell her what you've been doing, because I certainly don't understand what the fuck's going on down there."
Felice looks like has her arms crossed, just looking at Haas. He's silent, and then she says, "Well, And he finally looks up. He just sort of like was face like looking at the ground until now. He says, Dogmeat and Kettle were the first chosen. They, I need to see what would happen. I gave them something. I implanted something in them. A seed of sorts. It would, if it worked properly, Fleece, it changed them in a good way. If it works how I think it does, they don't need to eat anymore. We don't. They can survive better than we can. Fleece, like, just sort of looks, I guess, quizzically and slightly confused at Haas and just asks, why don't they need to eat? Well, they're sort of part plant. And her eyebrows just like raised. She doesn't actually, her expression doesn't change a huge amount, but she's just like very surprised, still composed though, and says, part plant. She looks at you two again, Whisk and Grigsby, for like confirmation if what he's saying is actually true.
Grigsby just kind of shrugs. He's like, I guess that makes sense with what we saw. Although there's not a lot of sense coming out of this at the moment.
Yeah, right. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, this dude's like bonkers, right? Like,
yeah, he certainly. I wouldn't leave him alone with anybody at this point.
yeah, no, like, there's. Like, first of all, if you think this is a thing that you might, like, you know, be interested in trying out, you talk to someone about it. You don't just grab people off the street.
I had to know, and I...
No. Shut up.
Okay. He does.
You don't just fucking snatch people off the street to fucking with.
Would anyone accept it unless they knew it worked?
No, that's why we don't do it in the first place.
Would you rather starve to death? Because eventually, we all know how this works. Eventually something's going to go wrong. And then we all run out of food and have too many people. Cannibalism, disease.
I'd punch him in the throat.
Okay.
At that point, I think Grigsby turns to Fleece and says, regardless of what he was doing down there, which, trust me, you're going to have to see to believe.
Yeah.
He kidnapped two people and experimented on them without their consent.
Mm-hmm.
So at
something
this point,
has to be done.
I have a question for you as players.
Mm-hmm.
How is exactly justice met out on the rig? Like, if as punishment, are people like, is there a prison? Are people just killed? Are they banished to like just go and try not to freeze to death?
Knowing what we know about Fleece, she wouldn't waste resources on prisoners.
Mm.
Okay.
I don't think. I
No,
mean,
that makes sense.
unless there were real extenuating circumstances.
It's up to you guys. I'm not
Mm-hmm. I
gonna
want to say
answer
that
this.
usually people are, I guess in this kind of situation, banishment and execution are just a matter of, you know, what you can manage to scrounge up before you go.
Sort of. Like, people can survive if they're banished.
Yeah, I'm pretty
But-
sure it's just usually just like banishment. Like, they're not gonna like straight up execute someone unless they're
Alright.
there might be exceptions if they're like threats from like outside and banishing
Yeah.
only like
If they like have
send them home to regroup.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
anything where banishment would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Fleece would turn to you, Grigsby, and just say, "Get Mimi."
I think Grigsby waits for a second, says, "Why? She has nothing to do with this."
Because she's not smiling, I am. Because if I need to know if she can run the Grow Lab, because we might need Haas in a way that no crime. Anyways, get Mimi first, and I need to ask her some questions and know if she can run the Grow Lab and step up from assistant to, I guess, chief grower, or like they would have some sort of non-scientific term for it.
Mhm.
Right.
There's the Lock Master, so this would be the Grow Master or something.
All right. So yeah, I think Grigsby just sticks his head out the door, and there's some hushed tones, and he sends like 2 of his guys off to go find Mimi.
Haas is still like rubbing his throat, and he's still like winded from when you punched him. But he doesn't say anything. I don't think he would say anything right now. I think he's pretty passive. Fleece would ask sort of everyone in the room, including Mash and Radar, like, if Mimi, do we think that Mimi is, maybe she is smart enough, maybe she doesn't know, maybe she does. Is she mature enough to manage this? I think she's like, probably she could be about 18, she could be less than, she could be like early 20s. But she seems young to me.
Yeah. I was thinking like late teens, early 20s. Yeah, I think Grigsby.
Radar says no. Radar she shakes her head.
I think Grigsby shakes his head too and looks and says, "Not on her own. I mean, she probably knows what needs to be done, but I mean, you know Mimi. She doesn't have. She's not hard like us. She doesn't know what needs to be done, and damn the consequences when that has to happen. She'll always look for the bright side out, and that's not the world we live in."
So she knows like the actual like science behind everything, but she probably won't do a good job of like actually managing the place.
She's just too much of an optimist, and she probably think that everything is going to work out. So, and that's not the kind of person we need running the food.
Haas, Fleece turns to Haas and just says, "What do you think, Haas? You were a supervisor, and as crazy as it turns out you might be, you're still probably know her better than anyone except." And her like her eyes, she fades out and except her eyes just glance for a second to Grigsby. And then Haas responds, "She is a smart woman. She always pays attention. But I don't think she can do what I do for the same reasons that Grigsby just said. I'm afraid that you might still need me."
Now, hold up there. Just because she's not going to be able to manage the day-to-day workflow of the Grow Lab doesn't mean we still need you.
I'm afraid that I mean she might not know the science. The Grow Lab is a very large and complicated place with many, many different species of plants. She might not know what if something would go wrong. And he like lists off a specific like disease, and says like, what if this plant gets this disease?
Okay, just because everyone here is an idiot doesn't mean Mimi doesn't know her shit, right?
Okay, player level. Mimi being the optimist that she is and as bubbly as she is would indicate to me that she doesn't know
Mhm.
certain things about the back room, like
Yeah.
sluicing up the dead bodies and turning them into nutrient paste. Because
Yeah.
it's kind of dark. I think that would like
Mhm.
mar her a bit.
I would agree. It might act, but it depends how you spin it. Like it could actually be
Right.
seen as a good thing that happens.
Mhm.
So it depends how you spin it. It's up to you, honestly, Grigsby.
Yeah, I was just floating that out there as a.
Okay, let's say it's not it's a constant rumor. Maybe it's just that.
Yeah. All right. I still don't trust this dude to go back to his old position. Right, like obviously that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna let that happen. But that doesn't mean we have to go all in on letting Mimi run the whole place, right?
I
What do
mean,
you suggest? Do you have an idea? If we let Haas teach her, then I don't know what he will
Mm-hmm.
do.
If he's going to be allowed to stay on the rig, then he needs like heavy supervision.
Of course.
For right now, I think that's all we really can afford to do, right? Like, let him work on easing people to fill his role. Maybe not me necessarily, but there are other people that work in the grow lab, right? Like, he didn't shovel all the bodies himself.
I think that other people work on it, do work on the grow lab, but more as, I guess, labor.
Yeah, and I mean that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I think Grigsby looks at
The
this. What
labor-
if we?
the laborers in question know what to do, as far as like composting and all that stuff.
Yeah, as far as that stuff, yes.
The aspects that Mimi would probably be a little bit on.
That's true.
So I think it is going to be a matter of easing the workers into a new kind of flow of, you know, like, all right, this is, you're still going to be doing the same stuff, but like,
You were going to say something, Zen, as well? You said so?
I think Grigsby says, what if we confine Haas to quarters and rig up a communication system so he can still be apprised of the day to day and tell people what to do, but he doesn't have free run of the rig.
Fleece says, Mercer, have one of your people go check out Haas's quarters, see if it can be secured and barred in. And if it can, start doing that.
well, there was that room where he was holding,
Well, he already has his own house, so she figured they were just going to use that.
yeah.
There was that room, but that might be a bit too close.
I don't know.
To
I
the
kind of like the irony of it, though.
Do you want to try and convince them?
Nah.
Okay.
It's probably too much effort.
So yeah, Mercer nods and like does the same thing Grigsby did. Steps at the door, whispers to someone, and two people go walking off towards Haas's house, wherever that is. I think that Mercer doesn't like he closes the door partially and then is like, oh, and there's someone says something and then he opens the door and Mimi walks in. The people who got her, of course, some of your guys Grigsby, they wait outside, and your guys don't know much. They saw what happened, so they know most of it, but they don't know why they had to get Mimi specifically. So Mimi sort of like walks in, just says, "What happened? What's going on?" And she like sees Haas, who is he still being like forcefully kept there, or is because he wouldn't try to if released run or anything.
Yeah, I think he seems sufficiently cowed. At least Grigsby isn't like holding a gun to the back of his head or anything.
Yeah. So is he just like? Would you guys allow him to just sit on a chair or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she
mean,
doesn't see him. She doesn't know that he's in trouble or anything. So she just says like, "Yeah, hello, yes, Fleece, Flockmaster Fleece. Why did you call me here?"
You got a promotion.
She just looks at Haas confused and then like looks around for anyone to give her information.
Yeah, nose bloody, smear.
It's-
Right, like he's been beaten up for like a bit.
yeah.
I think
It's been a bit, so it's probably not like like
Yeah.
fresh blood, but like he's
Not
like,
pause before saying anything. Do you speak up, Grigsby?
I think Grigsby like walks over to her and like puts himself between her and Haas and
She
says,
just like, looks at you.
and he looks down at her and says, "Some things have happened."
What things?
Well, I'm not even quite sure yet, but it's not good.
Haas kidnapped people and tried to turn them into plants.
Well, that's one way of putting it. Thank you, Whisk. Your bluntness is, as always, untimely and unappreciated.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Grigsby like grabs her hand and says,
Yeah, she's just like,
"Things are changing.
what
We need
did
you to
this
step up."
say? Haas did what?
Haas has been doing some unsanctioned experiments on people.
And she's like, it just stares into space for a moment. She's not staring at Haas specifically or Haas through you. She's just like looking like, oh.
Now, Mimi, as tough as what you're going to find out is going to be, we need you right now. You know how Haas works, you know how the Grow Lab works, and you're going to need to step
You
up.
want me to run it?
We want you to help run it. But yes, you're getting a promotion.
But I was. What about? And you can see her mind is just racing like 100 miles an hour, thinking about like what this means.
Yeah, I think Grigsby like tries to, get her attention again, and he's like, "This is a lot.
I can't.
I realize it's a lot.
No,
but
I
for
can't.
right
I
now,
can't. I don't know it well enough.
you know it better than I do, and
Not
everyone
better
else
than
in this room. Mimi, this is what I've been trying to tell you for years. The world we live in doesn't allow you to say no at certain times, and
But-
this is one of those times that you can't say no. People are depending on you."
Okay. I think would you like to pursue like seduce or manipulate, because it sounds
Yeah.
like you just gave her a reason.
Yeah. Watch. I'm predicting a 6. Oh no. Hot shit. There's a 10.
Okay, so she just like I was really looking forward to trying out that radio, but I guess I won't have time anymore. Fine.
There's always time.
Haas gave me days off, but he never took any. Well, maybe he could have. But And she's like side glancing at Haas. I guess.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean, I'm
didn't
sure
need
turning
to.
people into plants took up a lot of his time. I doubt you'll have that problem.
Dagger eyes from Grigsby.
She's just trying to like repress any time that's brought up, basically. So she closes her eyes for a minute and says, "Fine." Sure. I'll do my best.
That's all we can ask for.
Indeed, Fleece steps up and says, "Yes." She walks over and like, I don't know how short Mimi is at all. She's not that young or tiny. So I think Fleece just like puts her hand on Mimi's shoulder and she says, "Thank you for doing this. It will mean a lot to the continued survival of the rig. If everything works out, we're going to try to keep Haas around for a little while under guard and lock and key, and have him from a distance instruct you on anything you might need to learn still. So that won't be a problem." Mimi nods and says, "Yeah, okay. Okay, but..." And I think for the first time she looks directly at Haas, and yeah, he looks back at her. In what expression would he have? It wouldn't be shameful. It wouldn't be...
No, he's not sorry.
No, he's not sorry at all. He looks at
Sorry
her
you got caught.
with pity, like she doesn't understand. Like no one here understands. So he just looks at her like just pitifully. Her more than most. And then she says, she looks at him once and just looks away and continues talking to everyone else.
So as an aside, I think at some point Grigsby sort of casually mentions, but in an elevated volume, that I'm sure that Mimi's living quarters will be, upgraded since she's now acting grow master, and she will live in a lifestyle befitting of her station.
Radar rolls her. No, Mash rolls his eyes, I think. In
Fair.
the background. And then Fleece is just like, "Of course. Haas will be confined to his quarters, but yeah, you will receive a much nicer room than the one you currently have."
And a fresh bar of soap.
Yeah. And 2 meals a day.
You can take a shower more than once a week.
Yeah. So she's like, okay. She distracts herself with that. You see a sad but still existent smile on her face when that happens. She's like, "Okay, yeah, that'll be nice." Is there anything else? Should I stay here? Well, I guess I could get ready? I don't know. Wait. Are there bodies?
There are victims.
But they're alive.
Well,
Eh?
I mean, I guess
Was he not kidding when he said plant people? Or, sorry, was she not kidding when she said plant people?
I was not.
That's true as far as Toss tells it. Yes, there are.
They're kind of green, and veiny. A little sprout coming out here.
What's...
It
okay.
didn't look pleasant.
And there's still... Well, I don't even... You know what? I'm gonna go have a nap.
Good idea.
That's a lot to take in. Fleece is nodding. I think Mash and Radar are still sitting where they in the table like where they were before. Mash is like feet are no, Radar's feet are up, and she just looks sort of chill. Like she's just always calm and usually silent. And Mash is just like, I guess he always seems disapproving of everyone is what it is. So he always has his arms crossed, and he is also just sort of leaned back. But in this case, it's more like that's his entire demeanor most of the time. Fleece nods, and Mimi gets ready to leave. Do you guys say anything to her before she leaves? Okay.
No, I think, well, I mean, nothing of import, I think. Reassuring words and that kind of thing, but.
Then Haas would not say anything to her either, and she leaves. So, Fleece says, what are we going to do about those two? Can you bring them up here, or would actually that be... Let's go down there and see them.
I think that's best.
You two coming? Looking at Radar and Mash. Radar nods and just like succinctly says, yes. Fleece, or sorry, not Fleece. Mash just says, well, I've got some paperwork that needs to be filled out and some trade deals to work on. So I'll be busy here for a while. There are some papers in front of him.
Mhm.
You go have fun with that fiasco, Fleece. Yeah, and Fleece just says, all right. Are they violent? How many people should we bring?
We've got people down there. They didn't move much, actually, when we were down there. So didn't seem violent, but I mean, plants aren't really known for violence. Who knows?
Mercer, sure, let's just have it just be you then. And I think you guys head out down there, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. So you arrive back in the same place. What has anything happened? Have you guys moved or taken care of Vonk's body?
No.
Okay. So I think the first thing that the first thing that you see is just, like, Mercer just is like, fuck. I thought you said nobody died here. Mercer looks to...
Oh, him. Yeah, I forget about him. You know, it's Vonk.
Felicia says, well, Bean's gonna be pissed.
When isn't he?
More pissed. She gives you, like, she looks at you right in the eyes, Grigsby, and just says, like, for all his faults, Vonk was still, like, Bean's, I guess, best friend. In a way.
That should tell you something about both of them. Should have beat that kid more when he was younger.
She stares. She gives you dagger eyes. Like, seriously, he's dead and right here.
I don't think Grigsby really cared for Bean or any of his cohorts. I mean, he's a bully. Like, that shit don't stand. Like, champion of the underdog over here. So
yeah. So Felicia's just, let's just, Mercer, do you mind covering the body at least? And yeah, he does so. He grabs some sort of towel, and covers Vonk with it. I think actually no, everyone probably wears winter jackets, even for the most part, indoors, just in case. So he would take Vonk's jacket off of his own body and just lay it over top of him. Anyways, let's go. Literally, like 20 feet down is the entrance like the stairs downwards, and you see everything. One of the who's it was it specifically one person's I guess gang that was left here to guard it, or part of one person's gang, or was it like mix of both that are here?
I think it was probably more so mine. I probably had a couple employees down
Of
here.
course, it's Kettle. One of them's Kettle. So yeah, of course it's
Yeah.
it's Whisk's people. So I think Broth is at the door, unless you left
Okay.
him back at the shop to keep it open and keep it running.
Yeah, the shop's probably kind of like closed a little bit. Just not for the whole day, but like,
Okay.
while this stuff is
Closed for
while the
lunch.
witch hunt was on.
Going
Okay.
fishing,
Right.
sinus, hung up.
Yeah, fishing for algae. So then, yeah, Broth is standing like in front of the closed door. He has, he of course has a weapon. Let me check what their harm is. I don't know if it would be shotgun level. Is it? You have 3 harm, right?
Yeah.
On your gang. So then I think, yeah, he would have like a full on shotgun, just
Mhm.
like holding it. But of course, he probably not even lowers it, but like puts it down, leans it against the wall when he sees that it's you guys arriving. It says, "Yeah, we got Kettle down from there. She's feeling a bit better, but she's still unconscious. She's well, different. See for yourself." He opens the door. I don't know how many people outside of Dogmeat and Kettle there are. It's up to you, Whisk. Probably half a dozen down there, maybe less. There's only 2 people, so it's up to you.
Yeah, it's probably just
Like it would be the people closest to Kettle would have wanted to
Mhm.
stay.
yeah.
Are they new NPCs? Because we've only named Broth out of your gang.
Yeah, they're probably a couple. new
Is
people.
Camo there? Because he keeps acting like an employee. Did you bring him along?
Camo came along with the original kind of like hunt down, but as far as like people who like stuck around, I don't think he would have been like
Okay.
welcome.
He's not super close to Kettle.
No, and yeah, there's no way Broth would have like let him stick around. This is kind of like serious kind of personal business.
Oh yeah. Okay. So there are some people here that are closest to Kettle, and they're helping her. Dogmeat has for the most part been left alone, and he's much more green and veiny, and so I think that's part of the reason. Also, he's not Kettle.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, a lot of my employees were pretty close to Dogmeat too, right? They're based out of the same building.
I didn't know he also set up his clinic in there.
Yeah,
Before?
that's why Kim was there, is because he took over the space that was previously occupied by the
Okay.
guy that
Then
disappeared.
never mind. They both would have
Yeah.
been taken down. And Dogmeat was Kettle's unconscious. Dogmeat is sort of like standing, and like using one arm to lean against the wall and keep himself steady.
Mhm.
Everyone is still really cautious. Dogmeat is just like green and veiny, all, like head to toe. I think you notice something, especially now with all of the lights turned on and more time. And now that he's moving, clumps of his hair are falling out. I think that's what he's sort of like he's just passing the time by like doing this, and you can see just bunches of hair coming out of it while he waits.
Grody.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. When Felice sees this, she's just like,
Yeah, that's what I said.
"What have you done?" She walks right up to Dogmeat, I think, after a moment. looks him like right in the eye. I think his eyes, like he's super advanced. His eyes would be different as well. I think they used to be a like bright blue or something, but now they're a deep dirt brown as the color of them. And I think just like his veins on his the rest of his body are, the like tiny red veins you can see in someone's eye, they're all green.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got green shot eyes.
Green shot eyes, yeah. It's still bloodshot, but it's just green. It's what is it? I'm forgetting the chemical that plants use for photosynthesis.
Chlorophyll?
Chlorophyll, yeah. Chlorophyll shot eyes. He Felice like just looks him right in the eye and just studies him for a good moment. Says, "Dog meat. Guess he didn't completely disappear on us after all." And Dog meat is just like, "Hey, Felice. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit worse for wear, but I'm alive." She actually turns to your gang, Whisk, the ones that are here, Felice, that is,
Mhm.
asks, like, this is more NPC to NPC stuff. I guess she would also ask you two, like, do these two seem to be acting normal and human? The gang would say yes. What do you guys say?
I mean, yeah, more or less, right? Like, they haven't, like, done anything super weird, have they?
Well, the gang says, yeah, they seem human, so they haven't seen anything. And I don't think, other than their appearance and lack of hair, or going to be, at least for Kettle, you guys have seen anything unusual. It's up to you. I can't think of it.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we can tell, they still seem like them.
Yeah, so Felicia says, well, I think that we better observe them. And we don't usually keep our prisons for people like, well, whatever you are now, Dog meat. I say we should take him there and watch him.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Now, would we have a facility for quarantining people? I mean, in a place like this, disease would run pretty rampant
But
if one person got it.
You're right, but also space in a oil rig packed with people is a premium.
Right.
So I don't think that would be something that would be a luxury.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's why you have to have an angel all the time, because people just keep getting sick. But there's no quarantine; they just get cured or treated.
All right, then. Yeah, I think Grigsby says we should probably observe them for a while before letting them anywhere near the population, and we kind of need to get the rest of the rig up to speed on what's been going on, so they don't see Swamp Thing over there and freak the fuck out.
What's a swamp?
I found this box of comic books.
All right. Felice agrees. And I'm forgetting her name. I almost said someone else's name. How am I forgetting her name? Hold on. Radar says, I can take care of that. Mercer comes with me to make sure that there are no surprises. And I think unless anyone else says something, they would probably accompanied by Whisk's gang, or the people that are there. They would take Dog Meat and wait a second. Dog Meat doesn't have a house anymore, or a home, unless he had one that Kim doesn't use. Because Kim, you said you sleep in your clinic, but I imagine Dog Meat. I don't think he does or did.
He probably had somewhere else to live, because I imagine the clinic is built to be lived in.
Yeah, you're sleeping on like the patient bed type of thing.
But it's also possible that somebody else is living in his place. But like, remember
It's
last
been a
time
week, which isn't
also.
that long, but also space is at a premium.
But
Yeah, you
remember
did
also
say that you
last
were
time-
staying in like the kind of going and coming type area, right? There's
Right.
like a communal kind of like bunch of people that are like just passing
Oh,
through.
yeah, he might
Yeah,
have
which
also
they
been
can't
staying
keep-
there.
That's true. There's no way that he can stay there right now. of
But here's the
course.
thing: is that like we established last time that there are empty rooms. I think what makes the empty rooms different is that they're not heated. Normally,
Oh yeah, that's totally it. Okay.
so either somebody's moved into Dogmeat's place, or like they gotta
They just stopped heating it.
turn the wheels and make the fuel
Yeah.
flow again.
I like that. Yeah. They do that then. They turn back on the heat to Dogmeat's house. That was just off because it would save more oil. And take him back there. I think they probably would take Kettle back there as well. They just want to keep them both in the same place, better than separate.
Mhm.
Dogmeat, being the resident angel, probably was fairly well off, so he had a more spacious home than most.
Yeah.
So they Radar and Mercer take them there, and that is it.
I think as Radar and Mercer are taking them away, Grigsby turns to Fleece and says, "If you don't mind, I'd like access to them. The more I know about them, the more I can start feeding information to the people, make it not such a shock when you release them. And we need to talk about how this information gets out, because it's gonna get out."
It doesn't have to get out because A, it's going to be a while till we release them. B, we might not release them. This is observation. We're going to see what we learn. We know nothing about those, hopefully, people. And C, we don't know what people are going to do if things get out. They might riot. They might kill them. It might be better to banish them. Like, these are, well, you know how some people can be. We got a variety of people in this place. Some of them may actually, yeah.
Fleece, as many people as might live on this rig, it's not that big of a place. The fact that Haas isn't going to be down in the grow room anymore, that's going to be known. The fact that Mimi's running the place now, that's going to be known. And
All we have to
not
say,
that I don't have complete confidence in my people, but 40 people saw what was in that room.
Yeah. Plus, one of the dudes used to be our doctor, right? Like, there's at least some level of respect there that I doubt people are going to jump to violence immediately.
if this gets out,
And it's better to be transparent about it, because if you're not, the word's going to get out anyway, and then that's going to be your fault, right? People are going to be suspicious about it.
who would like to roll plus hot, and who would like to assist?
I mean, doesn't matter to me.
You got a 2, I got a 2, right?
Yeah. Neither of us are highlighted, so
What is your hex with me?
3.
Fuck, okay, mine's 3 with you too. Alright, well, fucking, I
And both
guess.
of you guys did about equal conversation.
I know,
Like,
it's,
too.
here, I'll help you, you roll.
Okay.
Okay.
It makes the most sense because I think Fleece has a much more explored relationship with Grigsby, especially when it comes to truth.
7.
Plus 1.
+1. All right. I'm just going to roll this and we'll add a 1. It's easier.
Yeah.
So it's 10.
Perfect. Good assist. So she says, yeah, 40 people already know. 40, what are we now? 46 people already know, including us all.
Let's round it up to 50.
Grigsby, can you do this without just blurting it out openly and without discernment?
Fleece, you wound me.
Just
Yes,
get out here.
it will be taken care of very tactfully.
And I think
Try-
while you guys are all as this conversation is going on, you guys are all walking back upstairs.
Mhm.
There's just nothing left here. All right. Well, I'm gonna go do things like search his office, and his house, and figure out what the heck, if Haas was always this crazy or something caused him to. Yeah. I already got those plant seeds, because probably more around.
I think Grigsby just kind of nods and he's like, another day on the rig, and he just wanders off.
Tell me about it. All right. Whisk, do you wander off as well?
Yeah, I'll probably go with I'll grab broth and head out to reopen the shop.
That makes sense. Let's take our first break here because we've gone way past the hour.
Oh, not too
with
bad.
that whole thing.
But yeah.
Well, that whole thing took about a full hour, not including
Yep.
the pre-show.
All right, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and I will see anybody survives.
We'll figure out what's up with Kim.
Yeah. All right. Get back soon.